¿Dónde está la manicura? Me encanta. Sí. Mira, es aquí. Tení, ¿sabes que yo cambié mi teléfono? Sí. Sí, tengo mi cambiar. Ah, ya, mira, abre tu Instagram. Ah, el edificio nuevo. Ahí, ya. Oye, dura el mes. Son hermosas. Gracias. Igual tú ahí llevas una foto de lo que querís y ella te lo hace. Ay, te desinstalé Instagram, yo estaba ya, pero es
La Argentina, las que van a hacer online, va a ser a las 11:30. Hicieron un cambio y en vez de... ¿Dónde están?
Aquí, en vez de la
La persona que expone a las 11:30 expone a las 11. Hay un bloque. Ellos ponen eso.
¿Y quién?
A las 11 cerca. Ah, no, está ahí.
Claro.
Ya, esa presentación. Cerca Balboa.
A las 11.
Sí. Sí, la presentación está.
¿Y estar aquí?
Esa presencial, sí. Y después son las argentinas, María del Potro y Andrea de Virgilio.
Ya voy a revisar la presentación.
¿Quién y tú?
Creo que ayer a las 2:30 porque tenía una reunión.
Esta es. El H con CH. Esta fotografía, ya. Entonces es LACH guión bajo. Estamos cambiando el nombre, ¿cachai?
Guión bajo.
Esta es.
Ah, súper.
Ella.
Ah, gracias,
Marcelita.
me encantó. Me encantó tú.
Gracias. Siempre publico así como le voy a escribir,
¿Ya?
le reserváis.
¿A qué pedir ahora?
Sí, o a veces publico así como se me hace uno a la 11.
Ah,
Sí, ahí
perfecto.
la quiero y la tomáis.
Voy a estar pendiente.
¿Y tú?
Hola, Marce.
Hola, Marce.
¿Cómo te acomodas?
Voy llegando a una mentira, una falsedad, una mentira.
¿No venías con copia?
No, pero ahora no, desde que se va a poner.
Voy. No, no, sí. ¿Hasta dónde se puede mover para evitar? Por el tema del encuadre. Hasta ahí, ¿no es cierto? ¿Dónde está la presentación?
Claro, a ver, voy a revisar. Es que en plano general no hay problema.
Ah,
Pero
en plano
ese,
general.
sí,
Ah,
yo
ya.
creo que hasta un
Hasta
poquito
ahí.
más pasado del logo hacia acá.
Ah, ya.
¿Te hiciste acá, claro?
No, sí.
Good morning. Today, thanks for being here. The presenters are Cristian Canilleo, Lamuel Flores, Catherine Flores, y Constanza Soto. They are pre-service English teachers. They joined the program here at the Universidad Católica del Maule in 2018. They received their bachelor's degree in education, with their thesis entitled Determining Factors of University Dropout on an International Level. Additionally, they received their bachelor's degree in English language after their thesis presentation, which they will present today.
I'm going to start, but I have my... Okay, thank you so much for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. We are so honored to be part of this international convention. We will now present to you what was our thesis presentation for this year, entitled Effectiveness of Flipped Classroom Method on Developing Language Skills of ESL Students as Systematic Revision. The presenters are Lemuel Flores, Catherine Flores, Constanza Soto, and Cristian Canilleo. The presentation will be divided in this way. We'll have a short introduction, the theoretical framework, methodological framework, some results, the discussion, and conclusions. Let's begin. Well, according to authors such as Ana Mesquita, learning English is now essential to face the globalized world today. However, various authors such as Hamdani state that traditional English teaching methods rely a lot on repetition and memorization, which really interfere with the learning process. That's why innovative teaching methods are a necessity today, and flipped classroom method emerges as an example of innovative method, and that is the topic of this presentation.
So our general objective is to determine through a systematic revision the effectiveness of the flipped classroom method to develop the full language skills in EFL students.
This systematic revision has two specific objectives. The first is to describe the results of using the flipped classroom method to develop the four language skills of EFL students according to the available literature. And the second one is to compare the effects of using the flipped classroom method to develop the four language skills of EFL students according to the studies consulted.
So now we are going to present part of the theoretical framework. We make a short version of it because of the length of this presentation. And first we have well, the origins of the flipped classroom method. This method was created by Bergman and Sams. They were two chemistry teachers, and this happened because some of their students missed some of their classes, so they came up with the idea of recording the video lessons and deliver these video lessons before the class. The results of this idea were very positive. According to the creators, the flipped classroom method is essentially a method that changes the way the class is delivered. In traditional methods, the lecture is delivered during class time inside the classroom. However, now it's delivered outside the classroom by video presentations, text, or any kind of material the teacher has to deliver the students. Now the class is flipped, as the name of the method says, and during the classroom time, the students practice and develop different kinds of activities. So these are some advantages and some drawbacks that the flipped classroom method has. As you can see, there are many advantages and there are some drawbacks too. And Connie will present it now.
Okay, thank you. So the authors agree that there are plenty of benefits about the implementation of the flipped classroom method, which include student interest due to the use of technology, teacher-student interaction, which allows teachers to give more feedback, and support the students straighten with a lesson because they can pause or replay the lesson, more student-student interaction, and in which they can support each other, an improvement in their academic performance, and also it improves responsibility due to the autonomous work that the students have. And we also have some drawbacks, as in any other methodology, which includes the fact that students can ask questions when they are studying, and they also have the motivation when they face a new learning environment, and they have lack of time to prepare, and they have some issues. They can have some issues with internet access or connection, and also the time to rest is less.
In the section of the methodological framework, in order to carry out the systematic revision, our team consulted 3 databases, ERIC, Scopus, and ProQuest, and the search was conducted in the section of abstract. The Boolean operators and keywords are the following: flipped and listening, or speaking, or reading, or writing, and EFL, or English as a foreign language.
So, I'm going to stay here. This is really short. Here we have the inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria of the articles that we search. Basically, we were looking for recent articles that address the topic of flipped classroom in EFL context.
In the section of the results, we first have the listening skill. In our investigation, we found 4 articles addressing the listening skill. In the case of the investigation of Ahmad, in the Egyptian context, flipped classroom proves to improve the listening skills and comprehension of EFL students. Then Rajabi in the Iran country investigated the listening skills and the flipped classroom method, finding out that the experimental group outperformed the control group in the traditional class. Then Abdel Halim, also in the Iran context, found out that the experimental group also outperformed the control group in the traditional classroom. Continuing with the studies that we found, then we have Ebed Matfar in the Iranian context also, and the flipped classroom proves that this improves the listening comprehension skills and also critical thinking. Finally, Amir Yousefi in the Iranian context also proves that flipped classroom can improve listening skills and also speaking skills.
Okay, so now regarding the speaking skill, the authors Abdullah and others investigated twice the impact of the flipped classroom, but regarding motivation and also anxiety, and they found out that there was a progressive decrease of anxiety levels and motivation increase in the other studies. And we also have the study conducted by Hashemi Farnia, in which they tested the effect that flipped classroom has on speaking accuracy, complexity, and fluency of participants in a university in Iran. And the findings showed that the flipped group got better results than the traditional group. In the case of Yeşil Çınar, he studied the use of the flipped classroom to enhance academicians' speaking performance, and in a university in Turkey. And the results show that even though they improved their satisfaction and their motivation regarding the method, they didn't improve their pronunciation, which was somehow one of the objectives of the study. And we also have Lee and Swantep. And in the case of their study, they combined the use of flipped classroom with role plays, and the findings showed a significant improvement in the speaking performance of the students in the experimental group after the implementation of the method.
Okay, so regarding the impact of the flipped classroom method on the reading skill, we have first that the results were mainly positive. The study by Julian in Indonesia show that when comparing the conventional lessons and the flipped classroom method lessons, there was a significant improvement in the students that were in the flipped group, so they performed better than the group that wasn't flipped, and also that the perception of the students were very positive regarding the method. Moreover, Sami and Ebadi investigation, they investigated this method regarding the inferential skills of Iranian students. It was discovered that there was an improvement in the students' reading proficiency, and they prefer flipped classroom for developing these different inferential reading activities. Besides an investigation from Palestine, Bataine and Al-Sakal concluded that flipping the lessons is crucial for improvement reading comprehension skills. Also, we have an Iranian study that Karimi and Hamsavi investigated that the effects of the flipped classroom method on inferential skills, that there was a positive impact on students' reading comprehension using the flipped classroom method, and also that the participants had a very positive perception about the method. Furthermore, Ahmed and others studied in online courses the flipped classroom method and the reading skill, and the results revealed that the flipped group performed better than the other group, concluding that the flipped classroom method contributes to English learning. Lastly, in another Iranian investigation, Konamri and others concluded that critical reading was benefited by the flipped classroom method, and they felt more engaged using this particular method.
Moving on to the writing skills, similarly to the reading skill, the results were positive. And studies by Kader Arslan, Chira, and Igmexi concluded that students that are taught using the flipped classroom method outperform those students that were taught using traditional teaching methods. Students also appreciated the time for preparation, which increased their motivation during classes. And Igmexi found out that students were more motivated and more engaged during class time. Now, in a similar vein, Husnawaris study showed that Indonesian students had more time to learn autonomously, and they really enjoyed that part of the flipped classroom method, which increased their motivation as well. Similarly, in the search by Su and others in Malaysia, students had more time to be prepared before arriving to class, and they received feedback, and they could share ideas with their peers, and they also appreciated that. And finally, Sultanpur and Balisade conclude that the flipped classroom method improved the writing ability because they perform better than those students in non-flipped classroom traditional teaching methods.
Now for the discussion section, the main results were compared according to each language skill. In the case of the listening skill, the effectiveness of the flipped classroom was corroborated by Hadmat, Rajabi, Abdel Halim, Etematfar, Amir Yousefi. This investigation concluded that flipped classroom method improves listening skills and comprehension. In the meantime, while students in the traditional classroom obtain lower results in comparison with the students in the flipped classroom method, students in the flipped classroom method got better results. Such conclusion can be related to the active role and active learning process during class time in the flipped classroom methodology. And whereas students in the traditional lessons have a more passive role. The main results and ideas concerning the flipped classroom are that this method generates an improvement on the listening skill and the ability to understand and decode listening messages. Additionally, Ed McFarr pointed out that listening and flipped classroom can develop critical thinking as well, and Adel Halim concluded that self-regulated strategy based on an integrated approach can be beneficial while using this method and developing listening skills. Finally, different authors propose that the materials and activities checked before the classes can be beneficial to improve listening skills since it increases students' engagement with the lesson and with the material.
Okay, so now regarding the speaking skill, the studies conducted by Abdullah and Yeshilchinar concede that students felt more confident to speak in English during the flip lessons because they could prepare beforehand and they were also they could prepare before the lessons, so that's why they felt more confident. And but however, Yeshilchinar states that most of the participants didn't enjoy the length of the video lessons because they could get distracted, and this affected their understanding of the lessons. And the authors Hashimi Fardia and Yeshilchinar and Lee and Sontef applied in their studies a test before and after the method, and the results were positive in favor of the flipped classroom method. And Abdullah and Yeshilchinar found an increase in motivation during the flipped lessons due to student satisfaction with the method, which increased their motivation also. And Abdullah found that flipped instruction can reduce the anxiety levels of the students over time.
So, in the case of the impact of reading skills, the results, as you can see, were mainly positive. In Karima Hamsavi and Ahmed and others' investigation, the experimental group outperformed the control group. And in Julian, Konami and others, Matani and Al-Sakal and Sami and Evari investigation, the students developed critical thinking skills for critical reading, and also inferential skills and soft skills. Also, there were positive perception of the students in Sami Alibari, Karim Hamsavi, Konami and others, and Julian's investigation, and also in the investigations by Korambri and others and Karim Hamsavi, the students were encouraged to do the activities and they felt more engaged when developing collaborative tasks. Also, as the method is more accessible than others in Sami Alibari's and Julian's investigation, the students were likely and encouraged to work autonomously.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to try to go really fast. Writing skills, the impact was mainly positive. There were pre-tests and post-tests that tried to evaluate different aspects of the writing skills of students. And the students that were taught using the flipped classroom outperformed those students that were not. There are different challenges for flipped classroom that we found in these articles. For example, lack of previous knowledge, internet problems that interfere with the delivery of material. As a conclusion, we can see that flipped classroom emerges as a possible and great method that improves the language skills of EFL students and also improve motivation, collaboration, autonomous work, and critical thinking of EFL students. Some recommendations are that if researchers can take part of qualitative or quantitative research in this topic, because there are not many research in this topic in the local context here in Chile. And the method could also be applied here in Chile, and also a sociocultural analysis to understand why there's a lot of studies in Asia, for example, and not here in Latin America. There were some strengths for the study. There was enough literature. This is a recent method, so we found a lot of literature. And the limitations is that most articles were focused on Asia, and the educational level was higher education, because we think that the skills that are required for students to understand how this method works need to be taught to adult learners. And younger learners maybe don't have the abilities that require to understand completely this method. It's just a conclusion. And these are the references, and thank you all for attending.
Thank you for the presentation, very clear. Any question?
Thank you. I'm quite sick, I'm sorry, beforehand.
Don't worry.
Okay, first of all, excellent presentation.
Thank you so much.
Very, very good, well developed, the topic. And my question is for each one of you. If you had to, taking into consideration the sociocultural context of Chile and the classrooms that you have been in, if you had to use this method of flipped classroom, which skill would you encounter first, and why? Would you use either reading or speaking, or I don't know?
I think that this method is perfect to develop the speaking skill, because here in Chile, students don't have a lot of opportunities to actually speak during the class time. So it will be good to apply this method in order for them to practice their speaking abilities, their speaking skills. And so I think that if I would apply this method, I will try to reinforce the speaking skill with it.
I agree with Contessa. I think that this method is very good for students to produce things as in speaking activities and writing activities, because during class time we have, for example, in our experience, I think that we have to pass the content and explain the content, and then we can do a speaking or writing activity. But if we use this method, we can use all the class time for developing different activities, collaborative tasks, and it will improve their speaking skills, their writing skills, and also their teamwork skills. So yes, I agree with Constanza, and I think the students can produce very high-level skills in speaking and writing skills.
Yeah, I agree. Since this is an innovative method, I would like to address the skills that are generally addressed in Chilean classes. Students do not produce a lot, I think. So if we use an innovative method, we want to innovate, and we would like to. I personally would like to try this method to encourage and improve the activities where students produce, like speaking or writing as well.
In my case, I agree with my team, but I would start with listening, since I think that students can choose their favorite songs that they can listen previously to class, and then they can share the songs that they are their favorites, and these kind of activities and this method can bring together students as well as teacher and students interaction. But I think that the other abilities, they can also be included in this method in order to like develop listening, speaking, reading, and writing activities and skills.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your presentation.
I think there was
The last question.
a lot of questions.
Okay, Kat, my question is, do you think it will work here in Chile? Because as Professor Kessler said yesterday, in Malaysia, in Asian countries, children have in mind that English that they need English to be someone. But here in Chile, children and kids, they don't have that mentality. So, do you think that it would work? Because also with the mentality that we have, that we are very lazy, and for this type of class to work, it needs a lot of commitment from the students, and we don't have that here in Chile.
I think it can work, but as we stated, and as the results show, this needs to be applied first with learners, not younger learners, more like university students that maybe can appreciate the knowledge of English and can develop the necessary skills to be part of these flipped classes. Because one of the challenges was that students wouldn't arrive with the willingness of participate, and I think with younger learners that will be that would increase. There will be a lot of students that maybe are not familiar with the method and they wouldn't understand it at first. So I think we could start applying this method in universities and then see how could this work for younger learners.
Well, yeah, as Christian said, we as a team, we concluded that the first step could be in higher education. And in order to develop this method in younger learners, for younger learners, I'm sorry, we have to make a lot of changes as a country. There have to be different programs for first the teachers to be prepared to develop this method, and then and also programs to teach the students how to work with this method. And also, as you said before, sharing this mentality of the students that English is not needed in our country, that English open many doors in the world to work, to study, to travel abroad, and many other things. And that would be the first step to develop this method. And it's a very hard work to do. It's a very long-term process. I'm sorry, but yeah, I think that in a range of years, it could work very well in our context.
Besides, our learners need to know how to self-regulate their learning process, which is very important in this case.
And also, an important point to mention is that now that we had the pandemic, we are now we know a lot of technology, and the students are now really used to it. So that could be an advantage to use this methodology nowadays in the Chilean context. It will be like a response.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yo le estoy dando por WhatsApp. Ya.
presentation is going to be done by Lorena Maluenda and Claudia Rodriguez. The presentation is called Blended Learning and Digital Teaching, the do's and don'ts of a good practice. Lorena Maluenda Parragués has been a teacher of English since 2000. She holds a diploma in English for specific purposes and a master's degree in linguistics from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. She's a speaking examiner for Cambridge English Assessment and is currently head of the Foreign Languages Department at Universidad de Tecnología in Santiago, Chile. Her interests are related to language learning through technology, teaching English as a foreign language, and international certification in English. Claudia Rodriguez Escobar has been an English teacher for 15 years. Yeah. She holds a bachelor's in English literature and linguistics and a master's degree in applied linguistics in English as a foreign language from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. She is currently a PhD candidate at the University of Warwick and part of the teaching staff at the Foreign Languages Department at Universidad Bernardo Higgins, Santiago, Chile. Her research interests focus on method teaching, critical thinking, and teacher identity construction and development. Thank you for being here today.
Good. Is it okay? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for having us here. My name is Claudia Rodriguez. This is my colleague Lorena Maluenda. We're here on behalf of Universidad Bernardo Higgins in Santiago. And we're going to present blended learning, the do's and don'ts of a good practice. We do hope that this presentation is going to be very helpful for you, having in mind that I see in the audience that most of you are future. Sorry, yeah, it's you. So it's me. Okay, so the structure of our presentation is we're going to be covering today in this short presentation. We're going to start with blended learning versus traditional learning. Then we're going to go into the benefits and challenges of blended learning and implementing this method into your practice. Some strategies and technology tools for online content. And finally, some conclusions. So first of all, let us give you the context of these. We know, all of us here, we know that over the past 2 decades, the way that we learn has changed dramatically, especially because of the pandemic, right? We were sort of forced to learn, I'm thinking of the older teachers, we were forced to learn new methods, and we were sort of forced to implement online teaching into our practice because there was no other option, right? So nowadays we have new sources of information, as Professor Kessler was mentioning yesterday, and new ways to exchange and to interact with information. Nowadays we can access YouTube and look for a tutorial on anything that you can think of, you know, the most crazy things that are out there, so we can access those. And also schools and institutions and the way we teach have remained largely the same for years. Even though we are now integrating new technologies, we sort of notice some reluctancy from teachers in order to implement new technologies into the classroom. When we talk about blended learning, and all of the presenters that have participated in this conference have covered this already, so I'm not going to focus on this very, very deeply. But when we talk about blended learning, we're talking about a type of instruction which mixes both synchronous learning with asynchronous independent study. And this asynchronous independent study is used to input core ideas, concepts, and language prior to the synchronous or face-to-face instruction. That is one essential characteristic. In terms of the comparison between the traditional model and the blended learning model, we have, first of all, and the most obvious one, is the teacher role, in which in the traditional model we are perceived as a knowledge provider rather than a facilitator or a mentor slash coach, if you will, in the blended model. When we think about students and their role in the traditional model, as the previous presenters actually mentioned, there's a more passive role, whereas in the blended, we have a more active role. Students are more responsible for their own learning process. In terms of learning environment, traditionally, we have face-to-face 45 minutes lessons, and we have a traditional use of audiovisual aids, whereas in the blended model, we have shorter lessons because more time is dedicated to the asynchronous activities in which students are required to develop these interactive activities. Then we go into the approach. When we talk about traditional model, we have the tendency to, they have the tendency to be more teacher-centered, and also it's more individual, and we have little time to practice and closure activities. And I'm pretty sure that most of the teachers here, or the in-service teachers, or the ones that are in their practicum process, they have had the anecdote of being so enthusiastic or with many good learners that you have little time for the closure activities. And most of the times closure activities become the homework. Because when you see that the watch is like, oh, it takes 10 minutes for me to end all the activities. Okay, so do this at home. So in the blended model, as it is more learner-centered, we have more options for these closure activities. And also, we have collaborative tasks, which of course and obviously will help students to develop their autonomy, which is something that we're all looking for. In class time and out of class time, in the blended model, which is the one we're talking here today, we have content explanation, active engaging learning activities. That is very important, engaging learning activities, not just uploading material for the sake of having tons and tons of material in the Moodle platform, for example. And out of class time, we have online collaborative assignments. Some of the benefits of including this blended model into our practice is, first of all, the new vision of teachers and students' role. There is as I previously mentioned, the role of the students is more active. They become the main actors and the main responsible actors for their own learning process. We have increased language use because in class, in the face-to-face lessons, we're supposed to be putting in practice everything that happened beforehand, prior to the session. We have the option to include personalized and differentiated activities according to our students' needs, learning needs, but also interests. And if we have 30 plus students in a classroom, that means 30 plus learning needs and motivation that are different for everyone. This helps us teachers to develop and help our students to develop their autonomy and also self-esteem, which nowadays, after the pandemic, seems to be a very important point to consider. Oh, sorry. And the challenges. First of all, students' self-regulation and motivation. We need to guide our students, but make sure that they are actually doing what they are supposed to be doing. Teachers' approach and role, also instructional materials design, and finally, we need to monitor our students' engagement. And it's very important that we're able to access a learning management system such as Moodle, Blackboard, or any other that you may be using at school or university.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, thank you. So my name is Lorena, and from a more practical perspective, I'm going to be talking about, some strategies. As Claudia mentioned, blended learning actually combines asynchronous activities and also face-to-face, activities within the classroom. So, having said that, the first key element that you have to bear in mind is planning, okay? Planning and the linking of those activities is absolutely crucial, is key. So, having said that, let me show you like 3 steps to keep in mind or to bear in mind. First of all, when we set a task, right? As Claudia mentioned, you tend to say, okay, this is going to be a piece of homework. You don't necessarily have to say this is going to be a piece of homework for you to do. You can actually tell your students that you are going to assign a short task for them to do before the actual lesson. So that would be part of the pre-class, part of the autonomous side of the blended learning model. Then, in class, once you actually meet your students within the classroom, you can actually use the task that you assigned in the pre-class to ask students in the face-to-face setting to do the pair work, a group work, or interaction. As the presenters in the previous presentation said, some skills, we need to enhance or we need to promote, the practice, for example, of the speaking. So the idea here is that whatever you assign here, you actually take into the classroom. And finally, in the after class, you can actually tell your students that this is the perfect opportunity for them to carry out tasks which might not necessarily be curricular, so to speak. What do I mean by this? Basically, you can tell students that whatever they like doing the most, that's what they have to do outside the classroom to enhance or to improve certain skills. So, from that perspective, the after class, students can do independent tasks, independent activities, and in the sense of the extramural, that is basically connected to the things they like doing, hobbies, etc. If they like, I don't know, a TV series in particular, you can ask them to watch that and, select a couple of words. It's just for the love of the language, the language learning bit. Now, again, from a more practical side, the presentation was called the do's and don'ts of a good practice. So having said that, let's talk about the don'ts, things that, in a way, you have to try to avoid. The don'ts. Don't set unrealistic expectations. In other words, every new system requires some time for students to adjust. Don't think that you are going to have this great idea of implementing a blended learning model and your students are going to get it from day one, all right? Anything new, a new change, a new implementation takes time, so as teachers, we need to be patient with our students and guide our students through, along the process. That is the first thing to keep in mind. Second, don't, banned, so to speak. One typical mistake is that, I think that we've all been through this beforehand. Because we are so committed, to our students' learning, we tend to upload tons and tons of information into whatever website or platform you use. And by doing that, we tend to overwhelm students with the course information, with the course task. And in the end, that can be actually counterproductive because students get to see a very long list of activities or tasks, and luckily, maybe they might end up doing one or two. Okay? Then, another don't is forgetting using the content that you're trying to teach or that you're trying to make your students learn. What do I mean by this? It's not a question of just asking students to do a task before at home. It's a question of taking the task, as I said before, into the classroom and say, if you ask them to do a very short reading, you can actually take that task into the classroom and say, now do some pair work or group work, and I want you to reflect on this, exchange viewpoints. Okay, what do you think? And after you do that, for example, you can ask students to say, now post what you think on, say, on a Padlet, so to speak. So it's always taking the content into the classroom, okay? What you do at home has to be logical and has to be put into practice into the classroom. The do's. As teachers, we need to get support. The first time that you start doing something new, it takes a lot of time. Believe me, it takes a lot of time. So because of that, you need to start working with your colleagues. So that's absolutely essential. Then, also it's important to master your technologies. In a blended learning context, there are at least two things that you need to master little by little. One is your LMS, your learning management system, which can be Blackboard, so to speak, and also a screen recorder, like Screenomatic, for example. That might be a starting point. Okay, so you need to master your technologies. Also, and this is connected to the expectations, you need to guide your students. Set short tasks at the beginning, and you need to tell them what you expect them to do. And also, it's important that whenever you set up a course of this nature, the way you approach the course, say every other module, every other lesson, should have more or less the same structure, so that students can actually anticipate what they are expected to do. Then, the link and integration. Again, this is connected to the content, okay? Everything you do has to be linked to the actual face-to-face setting. So, the blended learning is a springboard for students to dive into the content and to put it into practice. Finally, bite-sized learning. That means that, as there was a film, some time ago, baby steps, okay? Do not overwhelm students. You should actually put into practice small and doable tasks. Now, as I said before, rather than, going deep into theory, I would like to share with you some 4 interesting websites for you to check out, okay? The first one was actually mentioned yesterday by Professor Kessler, English. This is an resource, free of charge, where your students and ourselves actually can practice pronunciation, see how a word is used in a particular context. And this particular website provides with tons
tons and, well, millions of or thousands of results for you to check how a word is used in a certain context. Okay, so that is the one that I'd like to share with you. The second one, I don't know if you're familiar with this one, Lyrics Training, okay? Lyrics Training is a website which, you know, if you or your students are into music, okay, basically they can get to watch a video online and they actually play a game, okay? And the system withdraws some words and students can either key in the word or choose from a multiple choice selection. So quite interesting. As for Neoport, that's another interesting website. This is used mainly with PowerPoint presentations, but not from a dull perspective. Basically, Neoport makes PowerPoint presentations interactive. And when I say interactive, it helps you to stop a presentation, you know, assign a poll, and also to even implement a short quiz or anything of the sort, okay? Last but not least, this is not actually, you know, very well known. It's a website that we, as the Foreign Languages Department at Universidad Bernardo Higgins in Santiago, use with our students. It's called Class Time, and it's, you know, it's geared around gamification, okay? You can actually use that website as, you know, if you want to carry out a summative test or a diagnosis, or it also has the, you know, you can set up questions and ask the group to unveil, you know, a shadow or something. So when students answer, the image will start popping out. Now, mentioning that, you know, having shared, you know, those 4 websites, I would like to end this presentation by sharing with you this quote. Technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational, okay? This was mentioned by George Couros in the innovative mindset, all right? So, in other words, technology is a tool. It's up to us whether we want to use, you know, technology as a supplementary tool to motivate our students. And I think that nowadays, because of the pandemic and also because of the way new generations approach life, technology is definitely a powerful tool to be used within the EFL classroom, okay? So, thank you very much, okay? These are our email addresses, and I would like to thank Universidad Católica del Maule for having us here today. Very interesting presentation.
Okay, first of all, thank you for your presentation.
Thank
I
you.
have a question for, well, any of you if you want to answer. Would you say that it is necessary to reduce the number of hours that the curriculum has right now? For example, if they use 4 hours to present the content, to the teacher explain the content, and also to do the activities. For example, now to reduce those number of hours inside the classroom to, for example, 2, and those 2 hours to consider as autonomous work or something, would you say it is necessary?
I think it, you know, what we have to do is to cater for our students' needs. Ideally, you know, when we think about teaching hours, I would have to say it's never enough. We always want more, right? But in the end, I think that one way or another, when implementing a blended learning model, you definitely have to make the necessary adjustments, because maybe I just took for granted, but there should be some diagnostic test, implemented beforehand. And, taking that as a starting point, then you may want to adjust the number of the face-to-face should be kept as such, right? But maybe you should add more or less depending on, the information that diagnostic test, provided.
And just to complement, is it okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to complement what Lorena was saying, I think that we also need to consider the context in the sense of that every school is different.
Yeah.
Not all schools will have the same access to technology tools, so we have to consider that in mind.
Mm.
So I don't think it should be sort of like a national policy, if you will, but it depends on the individual context of each of the schools in which we are actually teaching.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, thank you for your wonderful presentation. My question is, whenever we want to apply a new method like blended learning or flipped classroom, how would you approach it? If you teach like 4 different classes with 4 different groups of students, would you go small with one? You will try with one group of students, or you will try with the 4 of them at the same time? How would you apply a new method?
Yeah, I will answer that question from a personal perspective. I think that whatever a new project is, you need some commissioning or puesta en marcha. So having said that, I would definitely go, smaller, and then, making the access bigger or larger for the rest of the classes. I wouldn't go with the full, because the first time you do something, it's very likely, whether you like it or whether you like it or not, to make mistakes. And that information should also provide you, it's basically food for thought. It's going to make you reflect on the good things and the things that you definitely need to change, so that the impact for group 2 or group 3 or 4 and so on and so forth is actually more efficient. So I would definitely start, with a small or with a more limited group of students, and then move on to a larger scale.
Smallest to largest,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Claudia, Professor Lorena. Something that really concerns me is the lack of regulation and the self-study time of students. How could you deal with that? What recommendation could you give us? Because sometimes we have students that we give them some tasks during the autonomous time, but they don't do the tasks. So how to deal with that? That's my question.
Mm-hmm. I think that going back into what I mentioned in the presentation, first of all, don't have unrealistic expectations, okay? From that perspective, I think that in this particular case, the saying, the more the merrier, does not apply. So basically, if you don't have unrealistic expectations, you guide through your students with short, very kind of, not limited, but you guide your students in the sense that they know that in each module, there's going to be a short video. When I say short, it shouldn't be longer than 4 to 5 minutes, tops, okay? And then they're going to have a task to be done, and then taking, they'll probably be doing something with that task in the classroom. I think that the key element is actually that one. If students know that what you have posted or published is going to be used in the classroom, okay, there's no way they cannot, they'll probably need some adjustments, right? But they will eventually understand that they need to do that pre-class task before actually showing up in the lesson.
And to complement that, in the Chilean context, and I think teachers are a little bit guilty of that, students are very used to having sort of rewards in terms of grades and marks or extra points for the activities that they do in their autonomous study time, which shouldn't be like that. So I think we're a little bit guilty of that. So we need to change, I think, the paradigm. It's not to happen, of course, overnight or in the blink of an eye. It's going to take years probably to change the paradigm. And the pandemic, one good thing that brought us was that they were forced to, we were forced to implement this blended model. So students were explained the importance of their autonomous study time and the importance of their doing the tasks, because it's good for their learning process. But I think, as I said, it's a change of paradigm that is going to take some years for our students to internalize, but we need to be there like a pain in the neck, reminding them all the time how important it is that they do the tasks that they are supposed to be doing.
You mean a friendly reminder, not a pain in the neck, right? Friendly reminder.
The last question. The last question. I don't know. This first. So that is the last.
Hello. First of all, saying that I really loved your presentation. And my question is that at what level do you think is appropriate to implement this model?
Well, as you know, it's pretty clear that this level might work better in a tertiary setting, okay? Because basically students are expected to have some sort of autonomy. But if you ask me if I would implement this into a high school, I would definitely go for segundo, tercero, medio, not before that. Not before that.
Basically because you are relying on the fact that they are going to be doing the task. So as Lorena mentioned, if you implement these in octavo básico, for example, 8th grade, it is highly probable that the students will not do the activities that they were supposed to, or they will get distracted as well.
Yeah, or it might take longer for them to adjust to the to the strategy or to this context.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation, and of course for the previous presentation. And we have a coffee outside, so we're going to invite you to have a coffee, and then we're going to come back at 11. Thank you.
Y yo tengo rosácea, entonces parezco manzanita. ¿Ah? Me encantó la presentación. Sí.
¿Tú también vas a hablar? ¿Tú también vas a hablar? ¿No? ¿Solo Sopka? 1, 2, sí. Okay. Tiene que evitar que esto, parece que esto es lo que hacía. No sé por qué sonaba. Ya. Ah, ya voy. Un, dos, sí, sí, sí. Uno, sí. ¿Va a conectar audio?
Está aquí, esto lo haré.
Ya, no, pero por eso va a usar audio.
Sí, voy a usar audio.
A ver acá. Este es el HDMI.
Ya, ¿verdad?
Gracias, vamos a ver. Oye. El micrófono igual que se va a usar todo.
Hi, Bruno.
Hey, do you want to learn a new word?
Permiso. Ahí está. Duplicado.
Por favor,
Sí, sí, estoy viendo. Tú le pones ahí ampliar y entonces se ve distinto.
Hey, do you want to learn a new word?
¿Y dónde pongo este? Yo creo que me voy a sacar la mascarilla después.
Sí. Pero como acá.
Pelo no lo va.
Habla.
¿Ya? Yo tengo la vez que necesito.
¿Se escucha ella?
¿Se escucha? ¿Se escucha cuando hablo?
Sí, ya. Así como te pones el pantalón.
Ya. ¿Cómo? Sí, voy a hacer.
No, que había un tema de la ganancia. ¿Te puedes sacar la mascarilla si quieres?
Sí, me lo voy a sacar arriba. ¿Cómo? Sí, voy primero. Me dijeron a las 11.
Your presentation is ready there, so when you change the
I
slide,
speak Spanish.
Okay.
Sí, no te preocupes.
I'm sorry for my English.
No, súper,
learning.
súper. No, súper. No, siempre pienso que la gente piensa que yo no sé español, es para contra ti. Sí, debería funcionar. Te lo mandé por, ¿cómo se llama?
Apenas usted cambia, yo cambio. Así
Ya,
que no hay
súper,
ningún problema.
súper. Gracias.
Usted mostró un video.
Sí, el video está como en la mitad y es chiquitito, es como un minuto 20 segundos, no es muy largo, es solo para mostrar que es el trabajo con TikTok.
No, sí.
Yo sé que-
Ningún problema.
sí.
Ahí usted
Ya.
le coloca play nomás.
Súper.
Y funciona por la presentación. Si el audio está conectado, está puesto, es una entrada. Sí, funciona.
Graba.
Ya te lo dejaré así, por ejemplo. ¿Así ves bien? ¿Te lo dejo así?
Yeah, you have to think this is just a class. Just a class. Ay, cuidado, tengo un micrófono. Cuidado. Y estoy enferma. Entonces no me engrajes mucho.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué te pasa así?
Ayer creo que el conditioning me hizo muy mal.
Qué horrible. Más encima justo. No, pero tiene el micrófono, así que al menos puede.
No, pero nariz tengo tapada.
Sí. Ay, qué bueno. ¿Cómo?
Yo tengo la nariz tapada, se escucha un poco.
Sí, se escucha. Se escucha. No, yo estaba a la mañana trabajando en las transcripciones que la tenía tan botadas por otras cosas que hacer y me estaban diciendo así como, hola, ¿todo bien? Por el Waze, sí, por to get my knowledge. Y que como no trabajé el fin de semana y ahora he trabajado como agotita, me están preguntando así como, everything is alright. Y que cuando voy a presentar a los colegios, cuando veo a los colegios, llego así muerta, porque es como mentalmente tan agotado. Pero bueno, y ahora estaba allá afuera en el coffee break conversando un poco con mi profe porque dije, ahora Chaco debe estar ocupada. Y ahora, yo estaba sentada con la ley ahí.
Porque quiero ver los tiempos.
Ah, no, está bien. Bueno, fui a avisar ayer a los chiquillos a IELTS que tenían que venir para acá. Oye, que yo igual iba a ir a buscarlo a la sala, así que había alguien perdido. Pero no había nadie perdido tanto acá. Aquí todos los cabros de cuarto. Sí, qué bueno, porque igual que bueno que me tengan respeto aunque no me conozcan, porque no van a perder nada, pues, porque yo no los conozco a ellos, entonces no sé quiénes fueron y quién no. Pero igual vienen, así que eso anda bien. Nunca he trabajado con los cuartos. Aunque como todos, no sé, porque cambié mi casa acá.
Horrible es que va a estar grabado para siempre.
Voy a preguntar.
¿Dónde
dar un comentario para algunos. Como para la crisis, normal no me preguntaron nada a mí, como que dijeron así como que típicamente digamos que pero entonces con esa niña que te mostré y era la que más le gustaba, pues entonces era como para darle más tiempo, yo creo, pero sí, esa niña muy, no sé si te fijaste, pero yo muy introvertida, no sé, tenía take care of your arm durante todo el proceso, porque es como yo creo que debe estar en el espectro.
¿Quién?
La niña que la presenté ayer, que era hizo la tesis conmigo,
Ay. Todos estamos en el espectro.
Sí, pero ella sí extremo. Porque de verdad nosotros éramos la única persona que no podía hablar.
Please, we're going to start.
De hecho dijo que estaba trabajando en una escuela online.
Okay, our next talk, it's going to be given by Professor Sharka Valgova. It is called ICT-enabled education in online and on-site EFL classes. Professor Valgova has been working as an EFL teacher since 2011. She has a master of teaching and
of teaching and finished her second degree in English and American Studies in combination with Hispanic Studies in June 2018. She is currently teaching at the Faculty of Education of the Catholic University of Maule in Chile. She teaches at the English Language Teaching Program. She teaches morphosyntax, grammar, academic writing, among other subjects. She is the author of the morphosyntax booklet, Theory and Practice, which is an invaluable learning tool used by students. She has taught English at various institutions in Ecuador, Universidad Técnica Particular de Loja, at the U.S. Embassy, and also in the Czech Republic. Yes,
Czech Republic.
Okay. Her research area is error analysis. Thanks a lot for being here today.
Thank you very much. Dear Professor Sumonte, thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, dear colleagues, pre- and in-service teachers, teachers, educators, researchers, and students. I always write a list not to forget, in order not to forget anybody. Thank you very much for joining me today. So my presentation will focus on different tools you can use in both online and on-site classes. There'll be obviously ICT. So my agenda is the following. After a bit of brief introduction, we will look at some advantages and drawbacks of online teaching. And then I will show you different tools and websites. For example, Neoport, parte, you have already mentioned that, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit further and I'll give you more examples. Then I'm going to talk about Instagram, TikTok, and memes. And then we will have a short conclusion. And after the conclusion, there will be 10 minutes for your questions. So, at the beginning, I'm going to ask you two questions. So who here uses ICT in their classes? Can you raise your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, at least 6, 7. Good. Is there anybody who started using ICTs in the pandemic? So that means that you used to. Okay, Francisca was the only one who raised her hand. Okay. Some of us were used to using ICTs in our on-site classes before. However, during the pandemic, we realized how indispensable they were. I'm sure that you know this, and I'm sure that I'm going to fall soon. I have just felt the step and I'm going to fall. Okay. I'm sure that you have heard many complaints about the pandemic, people complaining how horrible, how terrible it was teaching online. But despite all this, I'd like to focus on the positive side, on what we have learned from the pandemic. Okay? So, let's discuss the advantages and the drawbacks of online teaching. Regarding the advantages, obviously it is less stressful and more flexible for the students to study at home because they can rewatch the class, they can study in the morning, in the evening, whenever they feel like. It's much easier for them to access tools, any kind of tools, dictionaries, etc., etc. It can be funnier because you can use different filters or stickers. It can be more interactive, for example, when you practice speaking in breakout rooms, etc. And there are no problems with commuting. I'm sure that nowadays, when you get stuck in traffic, you remember our pandemic days with a bit of nostalgia. I'm sure that you remember that. Okay. On the other hand, there are some drawbacks. Obviously, there is less human contact because you are sitting in front of the screen for almost sometimes 12 hours, 14 hours a day. You need a stable internet connection. If you don't have a stable internet connection, nothing is working. And most of the teachers were complaining about the webcams, that most of the students would not switch on their webcams. And ICTs become a must, which means that for those who are not tech savvy, it is much more demanding and much more time consuming. It is much more difficult for them to plan their classes. Okay? So in order to be more prepared next time when the next pandemic comes, hopefully there will be none. It was just a joke. Now let's talk business, and I'll show you the different tools and websites which might be helpful in your future classes. I'm going to start with quizzes. I absolutely adore this site. Most of my students know it. I actually switched from Kahoot to quizzes, and I'll tell you why. I have an account there. Feel free to visit my account and look at my quizzes. I have created until now only 55 questionnaires there. I mean quizzes. Just imagine you have a boring grammar exercise and you upload it to quizzes, and once you play with your students, they forget all about how boring grammar is. I guarantee you this because I've seen it in my classes, and I'm going to show you. So basically, quizzes turns a boring grammar exercise into fun. Here, I want to show you just something very quickly. Time and tense, 58 plays. I played this only 5 times, which means that other teachers or my students were playing after me, which is very good, awesome. Yeah. So I love when people reuse, when you create something that other teachers can reuse. And there are a lot of quizzes which you can reuse from other teachers. It is very user-friendly. What you have to do is that you click on create, and all these options are free of charge. So you can create multiple choice, fill in the blank, draw, open-ended questions, polls, slides, anything you want. Yeah, apart from these, which are, but I never use them. I am also like Greg. I only go for the free options. But that's enough. That's enough for your teaching. Okay. So, isn't this a dream of every teacher? Seeing all your students working at the same time? That's the end of my class. This is my class finishes at 10:30, and this is 10:15. And they are all working. We have 15 minutes for the quiz. I usually either start or finish the class with a short quiz. Sometimes it's shorter, sometimes it's longer, depending on how much I want to practice. Sometimes I do 2 during the class or 3, because that's what I want to see. I want them, all of them working. Okay? You can use your laptop, you can use your smartphone, your tablet. You don't need an app. You can just use the website. True? Easy peasy. Okay. So the next site, this tool is absolutely awesome. It's Bamboozled. I don't know if you have heard of it. You play in teams. It's very easy. Again, very user-friendly. It works exactly the same way. You just click on create and you create your I usually do it for like a quiz or a short test when I want to review the knowledge we have studied before. So here you play in teams. Each number hides a question, and have you ever played with me in class? And some of you have played it in your classes. And basically, the effect is the same. Yeah, it's a boring grammar exercise, which is turned into fun because, and my students get very competitive when they are playing. You see, they even take a picture when they finish. Okay, so this one would be more in teams. There are many more tools, so I'm going to try to speed up in order to respect the time. So here, this tool is called Memory Game. What you can do is you download a set of pictures and then you upload them onto the website, which will automatically create pairs of cards for you. Okay, so one with the word and one with the picture. It's completely customizable. So color, number of cards, difficulty, etc. You customize it. And you can have a free account and there is no limit. There is another tool, Scribble. Anybody has heard of Scribble? Okay, good. It's very nice. Those are the pictures of my students in classes. You might not recognize what these are, but hopefully you will. It works in a similar way. You have a list of 30 words, and the game, you upload them, and the game will randomly give to the players in the virtual room the pictures, and then they draw, and then you have to guess. Basically, the aim is to draw the word shown so that the other players guess it. Okay? You probably know Menti. I will still show you anyway because it's very good for brainstorming, especially at the beginning of the class. There are many tools which can create polls for you. For example, this one, or quizzes also creates polls for you. So it doesn't have to be this particular poll, like the tool, but you can do it in quizzes. Here, I ask my students to tell me which language teaching method they are most familiar with. It's just for a quick one. Because if you ask them in the classroom, often they don't answer, or 1 or 2 people answer. But like this, I can ask, okay, you selected, or somebody selected such a stupid, who was it and why? So you can go directly, to the people. Okie dokie, there are many other tools, so I'm going to switch to Neoport and parte. The students of the 5th year who have left right now, and I learned to work with these tools in 2021 in our COIL project. The COIL project was organized in collaboration with 3 professors from the University of Don Bosco, Magali Vizcarra, Gustavo Ponce, and Nancy Salinas from El Salvador. And Neoport works the same way as any other tool. You click on create, and then you create what you need. You can use it for PowerPoint presentations, as you mentioned, but you can use a lot of other tools. It is a spectacular site because it has everything. I'm only going to talk about 4, so obviously I'm not going to talk about all of them because we don't have time. I'm going to show you how to use Drawit, collaborative board, time to climb, and virtual field trip, because you can do this in your classes with your students. So the first one is Drawit. The Drawit activity allows students to respond to a prompt or a question with drawing, text, and images. Here on this slide, you can see we ask the student, what's your favorite winter clothing? Easy question. The next activity is collaborative board. It works similar like Padlet. Yeah, it's very similar. It's a very nice way to spark a class discussion or some quick brainstorm at the beginning of the class. The board allows you to post texts and images to a shared board. The next activity is virtual field trip. This is absolutely awesome. You have to check it out. Anybody has seen this before? No? If not, then check it out because I love this tool, absolutely. Like this is a specific one. So virtual field trip, thanks to the virtual field trip, you can explore a 360 image of the selected location. So here we asked what the people are wearing. The students had to pick a person from the crowd. For example, I don't know, there is a man in black jacket, whatever, you can pick somebody. You start describing and all the students move around the space and look for the person. It's absolutely awesome because you can see all this. We are going to play with some in my class soon because I haven't used it until now. I used it last year. But it's a beautiful one. You can use it for anything. You could be looking for things. You could be looking for rooms, for posters, for shops, any kind of space. And there are a lot of spaces which are there for you ready. So you can just pick the one you want. And the last one, it's also one of my favorites, it's called Time to Climb. First, what the students do is that they pick a character and they're super sweet. And then what they do is that they have to race to the top of the mountain while answering multiple choice questions. Again, you know, it's just for a quick test at the end of the class, and it's cute, it's funny. And you don't have to make too much effort. You just take a grammar book, Murphy in use, and English is in use, and that's it. And if you turn it into a nice exercise, your students will enjoy it. Now I'm going to talk about Pear Deck. It's a Google Slides add-on, which helps teachers create, obviously, a lot of engaging activities. The first one is draggable question type. For instance, you can have students drag pins over a map or drag and drop stars on their favorite picture. Here, we ask them, what kind of clothing do you prefer? I don't know, casual, formal? And what they do is that they drag and drop the stars on the one they like. I sometimes, and this one is going to be, I will go back to Pear Deck in a minute because this is possible in Zoom. You do not have to, like if you are teaching online, you do not have to use this tool to do this. I don't know if you remember, but we did it in classes. You can just display 2 pictures and the students, you tell them, I don't know, click or, I don't know, stamp the left one if you like it, the heart. Okay, I did this in many different exercises. For example, I would say a sentence, I would say, is this true or false? And I asked my students only to hit the heart or, I don't know, the hand, or raise the hand, etc. And you know that they are there, they are listening to you. So not always you need a tool, you can just use what is there, okay? So, and the second activity from Pear Deck is open questions. The teacher shows a question and she or he can immediately see the answers of the students. Yeah? So you know, you see the answers while the students are typing. The next activity is choice. That's the last one from Pear Deck. There you can let students listen to a short extract and select one answer. You have multiple choice questions again. I very much recommend, especially Neoport and Pear Deck, because there are a lot of fun activities you can do in your classes. And it doesn't matter. It can be at the university, it can be at the high school, it can be at the primary or secondary. Okie dokie. And last but not least, I'd like to tell you about my experience with Instagram, TikTok, and memes. In 2021, some of my students are sitting here, second-year students, that time first-year students. Shakita got another crazy idea, and they helped me to, to get it done. So they created an Instagram account on which we started uploading their TikToks with learning content. So here you can see my beautiful students and a lot of faces. Can you see yourself? Thank you very much for applauding. Yesterday or the day before, I reopened the account, and it's incredible how many people you can reach. This video was viewed almost 750 times, and the other ones, they have approximately 200, 300 views. So we reached 300 learners of English. This is absolutely awesome. I never thought that would work out so well. I'm going to show you one of the examples. This is Vicente. I asked him for his permission. The task was very simple. He had to explain two neologisms, adorkable and hamfet, and do it in a TikTok. That was a homework exercise.
A new word, adorkable. But the word adorkable is something or someone that is unfashionable, but at the same time adorable. It comes from the early 21st century, from the English. The word adorkable comes from the union of the word dork and adorable. That is the composition of the word. And here an example. Oh, this character is adorable. There are some characters that you probably know that are considered adorable. And that is adorable. Hey, yo, how are you? What do you have to do? Explain the word. Oh, yeah, the word father. What does it mean? It means that you are an unskillful performer, like a bad musician or a bad actor or a bad actress. It is commonly used in jazz context. This is the composition of the word. It comes from the Middle English. Example, you are really bad acting. You are a ham father. And you gotta go. Bye.
Vicente is absolutely awesome. One day he will be an excellent teacher. So you can see that he will be an awesome teacher one day. So what I did at the end of the semester is that I asked my students for feedback. I gave them a questionnaire. Not everybody responded, but I got 52 people to actually fill in the questionnaire. There were 30 female, 21 male, and 1 non-binary person. The ages were between 18 and 27. I would like to emphasize here that the postings were absolutely voluntary. Yeah? They could voluntarily post. If they did not post, nothing happened. They would just send it to me via LMS, and I would evaluate it on the site with the help of my assistants, I have to say. So only approximately 54 students posted, and then 46% did not post the TikToks because it was not obligatory, as I mentioned. What I tried to do is that I gave each student a different topic. Yeah, for example, for the neologisms, I gave two different words to each student, so that once we shared them, they could learn from each other. And they did watch the videos of the others, so that was awesome. I hope you learned a lot. I used it for modal verbs, for a lot of other grammar areas, so anything you can imagine. So here you can see what happened before and after the creation of the Pintokers account. I would just like you to focus on the last two here. Basically, after the creation of the Instagram account, the students claimed that they started watching videos with learning content more, and they started like thinking about using Instagram in the future for their classes. Here I asked them, do you consider, or which sites do you consider, or which social media platforms would you consider using? And you can see TikTok got most hits because it's the trend. Yeah? So it doesn't surprise us. Then I asked my students, how would you describe this experience using the Pintokers account? I have to say thank you because I got a lot of positive feedback. Mostly the feedback was positive. They learned from the videos of their classmates. They felt like teachers, and that was the point of the activity, that they do not only learn, but they also teach the others. They entertained themselves. There were quite a few people. They said it was a different activity. It would help them lose their fears or like the feelings of embarrassment in front of the public. It would show them another way how to create educational material for future students. And they know that this is a platform we use every day. And that's what they say. Obviously, there are people who say you have to be careful with social media. I couldn't agree more. And we discussed that in classes, and that's why it was also voluntary. And obviously we have to think, and I'm going to talk about this one more time, what would happen in case you need a parent's permission. That's also, we need to consider everything. Some of the students said that they felt a little bit uncomfortable at first. I mean, it's natural, for everybody. Some people felt that their videos weren't good enough, but I think that they were, but they wouldn't trust me, so I need to keep on giving them positive feedback so that they just to encourage them. And obviously for those who were shy, it was more challenging, but that's natural. Yeah, that's what I expected. You can never expect that it is going to work 100%, as you said. So I think 52 is a good start because it was for the first time. As the teachers, the students recommend the following. They would create an account of the class. For example, they would make and post some short films or pictures and summaries, polls on Instagram stories and follow pages that talk about English. This point was basically covered in the when we were creating the TikToks about neologism, because I asked them to follow some pages, BBC, some dictionaries, etc. So now on their Instagram accounts, it's not just the the typical pictures they have of their friends, but there is always a word which jumps or appears. And I'm going to go back to this one, parents' permission. We have to consider that. Sometimes it's absolutely impossible because the parents don't give us the permission if the students are not old enough. So that would be, the biggest weakness or the drawback, which unfortunately is there. But the students realize it, so they know it. And that's the last feedback. They told me that they felt that they activated the language. They did feel motivated because it was different and interactive. It was an interesting activity, which was for them easy and digestible, because they know how to create TikToks. I mean, I struggle with that, but they don't, because they know exactly what to do. Okay. Okie dokie. My last recommendation is about using memes. One of the ways to tailor lessons for every student is to use their own images. For example, for mood boards, we use pictures of students. Here, this one, I start my class with some pictures of their pets. And then I ask them, how are you feeling? And then they tell me, I feel like Mikael. And I say, why, etc., etc. Then I use some memes in my classes. This one was for conditional. If you at first don't succeed, stop trying. This one is Tommy, and this one is Lana, if I remember where I wrote the names. If you use the pictures of, and I tell my students, give me anything. It doesn't have to be pets. It can be something you are interested in, because I don't know. Yeah, I'm 40 years old. I'm not as old as you or as young as you. So I need to know what you are interested in order to use it in my classes. And I'm sure that once you come home, you still remember this picture, or you remember the example, yeah, which was connected to the picture. I'm getting to the conclusion. I'm sorry, 21 minutes. I can see it. I'm going to very briefly talk 1 more minute, please. I was asked this question many times by my students in the past. What do I do, teacher, if I cannot use smartphones, if I cannot use ICTs? So we also have to deal with that. I say always have a plan B, always have the activity prepared in a physical, because you never know when your computer shuts off. And what I say, that there is such a plethora of different sites and platforms. Pick one and make the most out of it. Like, try to learn. Once you master it, once you know how to use the tool, for example, it takes me now approximately 10 to 15 minutes to create 1 quizzes. At the beginning, it took me 50 or 60. Now, in 10, 15 minutes, I'm done. So if you pick one, the one which caught your attention today, then you're going to be successful at that. I'm almost done. And this one I do if nothing works out. Imagine that your computer shuts down and there is no, because I say that a good teacher can do a class with a marker and a board, or not even that, we should not even need that. But what you can do is that you draw a set of numbers on the board, and then you have a set of sentences with numbers, and that's it. And then you ask, you, for example, divide the class into teams. They answer the questions, you cross out the one they answer, and then you give them points, and that's it. It's easy as that. Yes, I'm sorry, Cami is there. I did use the question. Or something when nothing works, and it worked for me splendidly with adults, children, and it's very easy. What you do is you divide the board into 2 parts. Here we practiced inflectional and derivational morphemes, but you could do it with prepositions, on and in, or at and on. And then you say words, and the students have to hit the board with a paper stick, obviously paper, so that they don't kill each other. Yeah, I know. I have been teaching for a while. We need to be careful whatever we do in class so that the students don't hurt each other. Okay, I'm going to rush. And if you cannot use phones at the school, you can use them at home. Why don't you ask your students to take pictures of themselves at home doing an activity or something, and then you can reuse it in your classrooms. It's much more interesting if you have to describe this than, you know, if you open a Cambridge book or something like that. Okay, I'm done. Sorry about that. I took a little bit longer. Thank you for your attention. Just the last thing, I have a gift for you. So if you scan this one, there is a list of the tools I mentioned today, plus more. There are also grammar exercises. There are plenty of things for you divided. So
thanks a lot.
You can take the gift home from me.
So interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, questions? Questions? Everything is clear.
I just want to thank Sharkita because last semester I had morphosyntax. I shared the course with her, and thanks to everything she just mentioned here, we were able to actually make or actually have the classes to actually be a little bit more interesting, because, you know, morphosyntax is a very dry kind of class. So what happened, that actually the feedback I also got from my students, especially with these TikToks and all of that, was that they had a lot of fun and they learned in a way they never thought they could learn ever. So what did we do? In competencies, we actually repeated the TikTok, and the students were so motivated. I even saw like some of them, I was like, what are you doing here? You should be studying cinema. Because they're so creative. You can see sides of your students that you never thought you could. And we had a lot of fun. Actually, we created this class where we was almost like a cinema, where we all saw each other's TikToks. Or not TikTok, actually, it was a video. If you wanted to, it could be TikTok also. But it was just incredible how motivated the students actually are when you use tools that they are used to, that they like. And sometimes you just don't even think like, okay, you should do it in a traditional way, but they actually learn more through this. And of course, some students felt a little bit more shy, and it was completely okay if you didn't want to like create a video or anything like that. They got another way of doing it, or they didn't actually have to put their face on there, but they created something else that was just amazing. And they learned from each other because, as I said, we created this cinema kind of experience. And well, some of my students are actually here, so I think they remember. And it was a great class, and we learned from each other. I learned from them as well. So I would like to thank you, because I had no idea, or it never occurred to me to actually create something like this. So, and apart from being a very good presentation, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mel. I would just like to say at the end, just don't be afraid of having fun in the classroom. When I walk into the classroom, I want to have fun with my students. I joke around, I make fun of myself. I show them silly pictures of myself. I don't mind it, because we cannot be afraid of this. Because what I hated the most when I was a student, when I was sitting in the classroom, halfway sleeping 45 minutes out of a 50-minute class, or an hour out of an hour and a half, because the teacher would just come and he would just like talk, would ask nothing, and then he would leave. And I think it's super important. We need to like give the students the voice, and we need to listen to them, what they want and how they want to work. And if they want it, then they are going to change. And then we can expect from them to work at home and before they come to class. That's what I think.
Okay.
There is a question.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your presentation, and I just want to make a comment. I think especially in English classes, it is so important for students to have fun, because that way they're going to be more participative in class. If they're bored, or if they're afraid to laugh in the classroom, or things like that, they're not going to participate, and we want them to speak in class. So activities like these are very, very helpful. So thank you very much.
Okay, I hope it helps you. By the way, if you need any help with any of the tasks, there was my email at the beginning. Maybe I can show you one more time. Ah, no, here it is. So you can email me and I can help you with anything you need. Yeah, if you have any further questions, because you might have questions later.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I always
¿Nos escucha?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Maria Alejandra and Andrea, how are you?
Hi. Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank
Nice
you.
to meet
Nice to meet you too. So, our next presenters are Maria Alejandra del Potro and Andrea Di Virgilio. They are in Argentina now. They are going to present English teacher education in Argentina, rethinking the English teaching practices at that university, Universidad Nacional del Mar del Plata, I think. María Alejandra del Potro, she is an English language teacher from Universidad Nacional del Mar del Plata, holds a master's degree in applied linguistics to the teaching of English as a foreign language, and a master's degree in teaching English as a foreign language. Since 2011, she has been a teacher and researcher at Universidad Nacional del Mar del Plata in the fields of teacher training and English of specific purposes. She's a member of the research group Cuestiones del Lenguaje in the Faculty of Humanities at Universidad Nacional de Mar del Plata. Since 2010, she has been teaching English at primary, secondary, and higher education levels in different institutions. She has taught postgraduate seminars at the Faculty of Humanidades de Universidad Nacional de Mar del Plata. She has been in charge of presenting, organizing, and coordinating national and international academic events. She has published academic articles in journals about English language education. Andrea Di Virgilio, she is an English teacher at Universidad Nacional de Mar del Plata, and she holds a master's degree in applied linguistics to the teaching of English as a foreign language, and a especialización docente de nivel superior en educación and TIC. Since 2017, she has been a member of the research group Cuestiones del Lenguaje de la Universidad Nacional del Mar del Plata, and has participated in different academic national and international meetings. At present, she works in the teacher education area at the Profesorado de Inglés at Universidad Nacional del Mar del Plata, and in different secondary and tertiary level educations. Okay, thank you very much for being here today.
Thanks. Well, hello everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. Our names are Andrea Di Virgilio and Alejandra del Potro. We are teachers in the English Teacher Education Program at Universidad Nacional de Mar del Plata in Argentina. We work in the teacher education area, and we are part of a research project called Legitimando Prácticas Pedagógicas Locales. Within the framework of an action research project, our study discusses whether it would be beneficial to include remote teaching practices in our program of studies. In the years 2020 and 2021, the education system in Argentina had to adapt to an unprecedented scenario. The COVID-19 pandemic brought about drastic changes in the modality of classes at all levels and in every discipline, and led us to question the teaching methods and methodologies accepted so far. In 2020, teachers at all levels and in every institution had to adapt their practices to virtuality. All classes were entirely virtual. This sudden change found teachers with little preparation and almost no previous experience to carry out their jobs. Still, most teachers managed to adapt their pedagogical practices to the new scenario. They were able to achieve pedagogical continuity for each educational context. In 2021, schools adopted a hybrid teaching model, so students were organized in groups and they met their teachers every 2 or 3 weeks. However, at Universidad Nacional de Mar del Plata, both in 2020 and in 2021, students had remote classes and they had to carry out their teaching practices virtually. Now, in 2022, we are back to face-to-face teaching, both at schools and at university. So we wonder what the traces that virtuality has left in current education are. After this experience in the teacher education area, we ask ourselves if we should incorporate virtual teaching to our teacher education courses, with the idea that it would be beneficial for the professional development of future teachers. It is worth wondering, can remote education generate the opportunity for future English teachers to develop a broader and more complex view of the teaching and learning processes? Let us now share our theoretical framework, aspects and concepts of our theoretical background that led us to consider this possibility. Information and communication technologies have generated radical changes in the way we know the world, the way we communicate, the way we think. The society of the digital age requires that people from different parts of the world stay in contact and interact so as to co-construct knowledge, develop autonomy, and develop critical thinking. From a social-cultural perspective, the extended connectivity that new technologies offer facilitates the co-construction of knowledge and contributes to the development of skills over content. But if we want our students at schools to be able to use technologies to make a better world, then first of all, future teachers should be and should learn about all the possibilities that new technologies offer. As Dussel indicates, there are no doubts that in order to learn how to teach, one must know more about the digital world, which is the world we live in. Moreover, and in the words of Diaz Maggioli, the primary purpose of teacher education is to create educators who are competent in the discipline they teach, but are also capable of understanding students, the curriculum, the school, and the educational system, and of promoting equitable learning opportunities for all learners, using highly sophisticated methods, techniques, and procedures. Student teachers should learn about the importance of adapting their practices to the teaching context. In the same line, Rueda Beltrán highlights that the importance of the context in the teaching practice implies the recognition that teaching and learning do not depend solely on the teacher, but are influenced by various conditions and actors that are co-responsible for the results of successful learning. From this perspective, it is essential to help teachers develop a critical attitude towards the new realities, to help teachers develop skills to analyze, study, and evaluate new scenarios and incorporate them into their practice. In this slide, under this slide, teacher education in the English teacher education program at our university aims to develop a sense of agency in future professionals. Teacher sense of agency is defined as the subjective awareness that one is initiating, executing, and controlling one's actions in the world. The awareness that one is the cause or origin of one's actions and is in control of them. Biesta indicates that teachers achieve agency when they are able to consider the alternatives in a situation and when they are able to judge the option that is the most appropriate one for that context. We cannot speak about teacher agency if teachers follow routines and traditions without questioning them. The ecological approach that the authors propose is defined as a temporal relational phenomenon, which describes the way in which agency can be achieved or not through three dimensions: the iterative or iterational, projective, and the practical evaluative. The iterational dimension refers to the activation and repetition of thought patterns and past experiences. This dimension includes professional knowledge, beliefs, and values, and what distinguishes each individual, that is, the unique personal life stories. An important task of teacher education is supporting students as they explore the relationship between their professional growth and their personal knowledge, beliefs, and values. The projected dimension includes the future aspirations teachers have in the short and long term, aspirations that allow teachers to shape their own actions in line with possible future personal trajectories. The importance of the projective dimension is linked to the possibility of finding a way to integrate professional and personal aspirations to acquire confidence and to be satisfied with one's work. Short-term goals relate to the classroom, the students' daily activities, while long-term goals relate to the meaning of education for teachers. Finally, the practical evaluative dimension has to do with the teacher's ability to make conscious judgments among alternatives in a particular situation and moment while engaging with cultural, structural, and material conditions, which could be perceived as enablers, constraints, or resources. The alternatives that are considered derive from the iterational and projective dimensions. That is, they represent both the past and the future, and they may result in the maintenance of certain practices or in a change or adaptation. In this slide, tutors or teacher trainers are at the center of the scene because we are the ones who can contribute to the development of that sense of agency in our students, or to the development of critical thinking and flexibility in the face of emerging scenarios. Despite the paradigm shifts in education, which should translate into new ways of educating future teachers, there are few proposals on how to prepare teacher students to understand the demands and challenges that they might face once they graduate. This teaching scenario could actually be beneficial to us, as it gives us the possibility to develop our own ideas in relation to our local context. Kumara Vadivelu expresses the importance of guiding future teachers in the construction of their own knowledge and pedagogical independence, and he encourages teachers to create language learning materials and methods that are suitable to local needs. This year, schools and universities are back to normal, back to full attendance. It could become a transition period towards new opportunities in the education of future teachers. The challenge now is not to put everything behind, go back to our comfort zones with a clean slate. These times invite us to reflect and analyze practices that were favorable and enriching for the education of teachers in the context of the pandemic, and to think about how to use these new experiences to promote the development of sense of agency. Remote practices then could become a resource in teacher education to develop a perceptive attitude, exploration skills, and sensitivity towards possible teaching and learning contexts, and to develop personal and varied teaching styles. Now, Alejandra is going to share the aim of our study.
Okay. Yes. Sorry, how much time do we have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, so I will very briefly tell you about the objective of this research. And we want to explore the beliefs and positions of teachers in the teacher training area in our English language education program on the inclusion of remote teaching practices. Well, to collect data, we administered a virtual questionnaire. As you can see in the next slide, this questionnaire consisted of 4 multiple choice questions and 3 open questions. We wanted to find out, on the one hand, to get information as regards the methodology of the field work, right, and the passing requirements in each subject of the teaching training area, right, during the pandemic. And we also wanted to gather opinions of teachers involved in the different subjects on the possibility of incorporating remote practices as part of students' training. So a total of 8 teachers were surveyed, and well, we will now present the results of this questionnaire. And for a better organization, we divided the information collected into 2 sections. The first section is related to fieldwork education before and during the pandemic. And well, the second section is related to opinions on remote practices. Well, the fieldwork carried out throughout the program are class observations and lesson planning and teaching. The lesson planning and teaching is carried out either as a micro teaching experience, that is the teaching of 2 or 3 consecutive classes, or as a student-teacher internship for a more extended period of 15 and 20 classes. There are 2 teaching internship spaces, one on the 3rd year of the program devoted to practice at the initial and primary levels, and then another one in the 4th year devoted to practice with adolescents and adults at secondary and higher levels. Well, of course, all these experiences are carried out under the supervision of tutors. And the purpose is to gradually create a situation of increasing freedom for the students so they can work in applying theory to practice. So as regards class observations, the results showed that the teacher, the teacher in charge of the subject reported that during the years of the pandemic, no observations were made in EFL courses. As regards the micro-teaching experiences, before the pandemic, these micro-teaching experiences took place in traditional classrooms. And according to what was reported by the teachers in charge of these experiences during the virtual context, the role of the students was to assist the teachers in the courses in virtual classes and to carry out interventions. And as regards the student teaching internship before the pandemic, these practices were fulfilled in local educational institutions, and it was exclusively presential, right? The tutors in charge of the student teaching internship adopted a flexible supervision model in the pandemic that was adapted to the needs and expectations of the trainees. So during the pandemic, teaching practices were carried out in virtual or hybrid contexts. And well, then we are going to report the second section, which is related to the opinion of teachers. The 8 teachers who were surveyed responded that they consider it beneficial to include remote practices in the teacher training. So in order to carry out a deeper analysis, we grouped the justifications provided in 4 different themes. One is related to job placement, because half of the respondents referred to job prospects for future English teachers and the need to train students who are prepared for any educational scenario. Then the other theme is related to the identification of the potential of ICT for the teaching and learning processes. 3 of the answers emphasized the benefits of technological tools to promote the construction of knowledge. And one of the teachers described the opportunities offered by digital resources to generate collaborative spaces, to foster autonomy, and to personalize pedagogical proposals. 2 of them defined remote practices as an alternative and complementary opportunity and as an additional resource. Well, the next is the development of teaching skills, because remote practices could foster the development of crucial skills for future teachers. And then it was a reflection on teaching work, because the results obtained also showed that the teachers in the training area believed that remote practices could help students rethink teaching and reflect on our role in the class. Because the possibility of giving classes different from the traditional classes they learned from, and we are referring to student teachers, opens a door to new reflections. Well, so as a way to conclude, we can say that well, during the years of virtuality at our university, both fieldwork and requirements and teachers' interventions in this fieldwork education were adapted to remote education contexts. Then 100% of the population participating in the study expressed themselves in favor of the need of remote practices. We also concluded that the return to normal classes is marked by the traces left by the previous 2 years of pandemic, and well, that supervised remote practices have continued to contributed to the development of teacher agency, as Andrea has explained before. So as a final remark, we believe that we reflected that this new scenario invites teacher trainers to review our epistemological positions and our pedagogical practices to help train teachers and endow with a strong sense of agency and with the ability to critically analyze their own epistemological positions, willing to legitimize their own production of knowledge. So we can say that the inclusion of supervised remote practices in the last subjects of the teacher training area in the English education program at Universidad Nacional de Mar del Plata will encourage students to leave their comfort zone and will promote the development of skills for observation, pedagogical exploration, and the reflection that allows students to make appropriate decisions and the production of pedagogical knowledge that is appropriate to emerging contexts. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrea and Alejandra, for your presentation. Let's see about questions. Any question?
Thank you for your presentation, Alejandra and Andrea. This is Bruno again. Hello. So my question has to do with the online classes and to what extent do they, if you continue with the online modality, the teacher identity, I'm talking about, you call them student teachers, right?
Agency.
Right.
Agency. Teacher agency.
Right. To what extent is affected in the long term? But from your practice, I'm looking more at the teacher identity as, when you start in a program, you start believing you can teach at some point, maybe in third year, fourth year, you believe in yourself, right? And then you understand you're able to do a lot of things when you get to fifth year, probably. So to what extent online classes may affect this creation of this teacher identity and agency at some point? Because essentially students somehow, or their agency might be affected and not developed the same way if the classes are online and the classes are face-to-face, right?
Yes. Well, I think it's a way of for student teachers, for future teachers, to rethink their practices, to start reflecting upon why they make the decisions they make in the classroom when they plan. They may be very confident. I agree. They may think that they can handle everything, but this is a way, like when a new scenario comes, it's the way, the opportunity they have for them to actually try and to see if they can handle it. They can take decisions that are appropriate to new contexts, and in this way, they are rethinking the process of teaching and learning, right? So
Right.
in that way, we believe that it fosters teacher agency.
Right. We are thinking about the students we have now at university, and most of them have been exposed during the whole life to face-to-face teaching, right? So they are comfortable with that. Remote teaching practices is something new, something that they need to adapt to, and they really need to consider the context and students' needs. So it is a good way to help them become flexible.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Andrea and Alejandra, for being here today. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure for us.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you to all of you. See you in this afternoon at 3 here. Okay? Thank you.